Good morning, good afternoon, traders. I hope you can hear me, and especially the VIP traders. Please just let me know if you can hear me. Of course, the YouTube traders as well. Hi, Brian. Hi, Dan. Hi, Frank, Steve, C, Andy. Good morning, and DVG. Oh, you are going to be here. That's good because it was so that Scott is out and might I'm going to stay. But if you are here, that's fantastic news. Seems like my microphone is okay now. Hopefully it's going to stay like that. Hola Nitsan, ¿qué tal? Manishma, I hope you are doing great. And let's just start this preparation for the trading day. Traders, as you can see on my chart, what else if it's not a new all-time high, right? Okay, not yet, but it's just building actually. No bien. Oh, uh, so okay, so it's very important. You are bien or no bien? It's a very important nuance. So please just write me in English. Maybe it's even better for me at this stage, but I am getting better. Hi Tara, nice to see you. Muy bien. Ah, that's good. Now, you see, that's definitely a difference. All right, traders, happy to hear. So I hope everyone is ready for this incredibly resilient bull market. Look at that. We are just pushing for new all-time highs again, thanks to the CPI numbers, which, you know what, it was worse than expected. Not even mentioning the unemployment claims, but this crazy market is just turns everything out for that's a good news, guys. Calm down. It's okay, unemployment claims, it's much higher than expected. Don't worry, CPI is not that high, so the Fed is going to go with the rate cut. And yes, definitely, this slightly higher CPI is still not enough for the Fed to say go no go for the rate cut. So it's like I would say 99% that is going to be a rate cut. But again, as I mentioned you, like days before or a week ago, when we have seen days quiet concerning employment numbers, that this is still definitely a red flag in my opinion. But Bulls doesn't care, so they do not care. So indeed, it seems like that both of the SPY and the Triple Q are going to start in green. Yesterday, Oracle was the reason why, and the PPI, why the market just pushed higher and higher. Today it's CPI, which was not that bad, and unemployment claims we do not care about. So now Triple Q is up 0.33%, and the SPY is 0.27% higher, and very, very close to a new all-time high again. So this is what we see now, and this is what we need to trade today, traders. However, let's just see what else coming on the news side. Well, 10 years bond auction, it was yesterday. Today is going to be the 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m. And no more, actually, as I've seen, 8:45, again, ECB press conference, doesn't matter. All right, so actually for today's CPI numbers, as I mentioned you, it just came along with expectation higher than the previous number. The monthly CPI, though, it was higher than the expectation. Core CPI along with the expectation, and the unemployment claims, as I mentioned you, is just increased from 236 to 263, so much higher than expected. And at 1 o'clock, 3 years, 30 years, 3 years, 30 years bond auction is coming, and at 2 p.m. the federal budget balance going to be released as well. But so far the bulls good mood seems like again unbeatable. So far SPY Triple Q into the green, and I see MU and BABA on my strongest. Like MU is up amazing, but over $147 at the moment. Baba is getting close to the 150. Reddit is on the run again. Look at that 263. SMCI, which was one of my best trade yesterday, is just running again, and I still have some left. TQQQ, Amazon, Coin, NVDA, it's a huge mover. Tesla, look at Tesla as well. I just left some 50 shares on everything because I must tell you guys, I think we are going to run until Wednesday. Wednesday, I don't know what's going to happen, but seems like that this market is running into the rate cut indeed. Hi, Scott. Good morning to you. So traders, this is the situation at the moment. Of course, we have big movers, and let's see what kind of news around the world at the moment. Well, Europe, as I've seen, it was just slightly green, not a huge green indeed. Asia, Nikkei just reached new all-time highs, triggered by the US market and some good news. Hang Seng, though it's red, by the way, futures extremely green at the moment, and crypto as well. The Bitcoin broke the 114K at the moment, and Ethereum is moving to this 4,411. So really, really strong movers there. So SPY and Nasdaq hold record highs down near peak as AI excitement lingers and investors hope CPI data will confirm Fed rate cut. This was a market line order. Headline now, of course, this is like confirmed that even if the CPI report was slightly higher, this is still not risking the rate cut next Wednesday. So this is what we have now, and let's see the big movers. As I mentioned, UMU, it's on a huge move. This definitely going to be on my list, but we have even more coming. Hi, Anne. Good morning to you. Nice to see you here, Scott, too. And let me just check what's going to happen there. Where is my big movers? I've already opened it, but it just disappeared. Just a second, traders. So MU is definitely going to my long list, first of all. Secondary, okay, stocks making the biggest moves. Klarna, what an IPO. I don't know whether you traded it or not. I'm just going to let my colleagues know to open definitely Klarna here. Just a second. Okay. Just a sec, guys. I'm going to be back to you. Okay, so Klarna, it's a huge mover at the moment. We should watch it definitely. And we have a little bit more to go. Open Door Technologies, Oxford Industries, Alibaba, Oracle still moving. Actually, Kroger Company, Celsius Holdings, Chewy again, Synopsys, UPS, FedEx. So a lot on the run. And I'm just going to check, first of all, Open Door, which was actually a fantastic call of Scott yesterday. He called it over the 640 level, and that was quite of a nice winner yesterday and today. Look at that. Another push on open. It's up a lot and seems like it does continue. Reason for that, the online real estate platform named Shopify executive cuts Najat Yan, nice name, as its next CEO. Former chief executive Kerry Wheeler resigned last month under pressure from investors. So there is no doubt I need to push it to our long list. Please just let me know if you have anything on your list. Zuki, as always, thank you so much for your support here because she just called MU Baba and BMNR. MU definitely Baba. Let's see, it's moving, but the Chinese market is in red, so I'm going to be careful with that. Open definitely on my long list, and BMNR, I'm just checking now. BMNR at the moment, this is just made a nice, I see. Actually, it's in a gap up in the pre-market, but I see why you like it even better. It has a fantastic opportunity on the daily chart for a reversal. So I really like it too because of especially of the daily chart. So I'm just going to call it BMNR to the long list. Looks great for a reversal. Next one, it's Oxford Industries, OXM, which is 15% higher. This is the Tommy Bahama and the Lilly Pulitzer parent jumped that much on some earnings. So let's see whether OXM has enough pre-market volume. As you know, I'm really picky on the candidates and I want to see a quite of a nice pre-market volume. Well, at the moment, OXM, oh, we cannot trade it. That means No volume, guys. I'm just going to move it to my secondary list actually. So short, might we will get some shorts as well, but this day is definitely again for the long trades, at least so far. Next one is Klarna. As I mentioned you, this is just riding 1% after the fintech company began trading on the NYSE. The buy now pay later platform said it raised $1.37 billion in its public market debut, with shares soaring 14% on Wednesday. Well, traders, I'm just going to call it to the secondary list, but I think we definitely should watch Klarna for today as well. Baba is higher, by the way, because it has a plan to offer a $3.2 billion in zero coupon convertible senior notes maturing in 2032. And the company said the bulk of the proceeds will fund the strengthening of its cloud infrastructure and international operations. Actually, that sounds like a great investment to Baba, but I mean for the company itself. But in my opinion, this can be a two-edged sword, especially with the fact, clearing the fact that the Chinese market it was lower. So, and if you check the Baba daily chart, for me it's a bit extended. But as I told you days ago, on this market, it's just not in its dictionary at the moment. The extended level it does not exist actually, as you can see. Maybe it's not going to be on Baba either, but I'm going to be careful with that stock indeed. Oracle, the big runner, amazing next to AVGO of yesterday. The cloud giant added the 2% following its gangbuster day on Wednesday. Shares rallied 36%, its best day since 1992. Wow. After Oracle's earnings report and AI projections. So Oracle is still on the run. I don't know, guys. What about you? I'm going to be careful with that stock. But actually, I was watching Reddit on 250 already, and it's on 260. So actually, I would say really bulls are completely relentless. I'm going to move it to my secondary list only, okay? Only secondary list. I'm just going to be careful with that Oracle today. Kroger is here 1.8% higher after a mixed results, by the way. It's still going higher on KR. Let's just see the pre-market volume, which is quite nice. On the daily chart, it is really nice because it seems like, looks like as a possible reversal. Let's just call it to the long side and let's see how much more it can go higher. All right, CLH energy drinks just popped 3%. And the reason for that, it's Goldman Sachs initiation at a buy on CELH. Not bad. Let's see how does it look like on the daily. CELH. Okay, possible reversal up 3.61. Bit slight volume, guys. Volume, it's a little bit too light to my taste. It's 87,000 after such a great news. I don't know what to do with that. We have, actually, we should just add it to the long side and let's see how it is going to be continued. Chewy is here, 1.2% after the yesterday very bloody day for the Chewy. It seems like it's just making a little, let's call it like profit taking for the shorts. I don't know, but CHWY, like Chewy, the pet store, at the moment it's trying to recover from this deep move to the downside yesterday. I'm just going to move it to my secondary list to check it. Thermo Fisher Scientific, Synopsys, UPS, and FedEx are still on the run. TMO, it's higher as the company rose 1.2 after an upgrade. Let's see TMO, Thermo Fisher. This is up 1.38, but very low volume. Again, this is not my type of stock with 2000 volume just in the pre-market. Synopsys 5%, now 6.3 actually. After it just lost 35 on the back of its earnings report yesterday. I just missed that trig unfortunately in the beginning of the day. SNPS is just the same as Chewy, just on the secondary list if you want to watch it. Definitely it was a huge move to the downside. Let's see whether it can recover something from that ugly loss. UPS down 2.34 4. FedEx, it's down 1.75 after a Bank of America downgrade. So we have the two shorts on our list. FedEx and UPS is still here for us. Okay, stock futures gain as traders bet August inflation increase won't derail Fed rate cut next week. As I've told you, every news can be a good news for this relentless bullish market on the US, and seems like the move it continued to the upside. Also, I must tell you, not everything is moving quiet to the upside, and AMD is surprisingly weak, 0.62. AVGO as well. AVGO had an insane run yesterday, up to 370, and now it's down 360. I'm going to call this definitely to the short side. Let's see whether it's going to move lower. Hi, John. Nice to see you. CNC, you're watching. Oracle, yep, definitely. And AFRM, bounce or continuation. Alex, AFRM, it's another pay now, or no, pay now. Now, buy now, pay later. Sorry, I never do that. So I'm not familiar with that. If I want to buy something, I'm buying it. So actually, AFRM is here as well as because of Klarna, I guess maybe it's going to get some strength. I don't know. Let's see. Definitely, but Klarna, it's definitely competition for AFRM. I don't know. We can watch it anyway. NBIS definitely an X we needed to my secondary list. And you mentioned even CNC. CNC, Centene Corporation common stock, which is not running, is just exploding with 15%. How could I miss that? But that's fantastic. Thank you so much, John, for the CNC, because that looks amazing to the long side. Hi, Stock Juice. Yes, Amir is going to join soon, traders. So actually, I am ready with my watch list. And as DVG is here, guys, I'm going to just leave you in a good hands of him for sure. I know Scott is going to miss today's action on his well-deserved holiday, but DVG is going to be here for you. DVG, if you need me, I'm definitely going to be here. So just shout out. Guys, have a beautiful green day in the VIP room. And of course, I'm going to see you tomorrow. Bye.
Good morning, 44. Currently, on the silence as we acknowledge this moment of silence at the NASDAQ for those that were lost in 9/11. Thank you all for participating in the moment of silence here for those lives lost on 9/11. Good morning, 44 Trade Nation. It is good to be back. Again, just some wild stuff happening in the world. Hearts go out to Charlie Kirk's family as well, and it's just wild, right? So, if I can, just for half a second, guys, it's one of those things. Like, if you have family that you haven't talked to in a while, call them, tell them you love them. It is what it is. Good, bad, or different. Life's too short. Anyways, back to markets. Let's talk a little bit about Micron actually getting pretty bullish here as they talked about making some $100 billion investment up in Clay, New York. And I think it's starting to take shape and becoming a reality. They talked about doing that towards the end of October, maybe early November, to start, breaking ground for that facility. We're seeing some of that bullish behavior, I think, just across the board based on Oracle's earnings. So if you look at the earnings for Oracle, they missed top and bottom, but man, their forward guidance was incredible. So hopefully some of you guys were able to take part of that yesterday. Huge move, obviously up, almost 100 points yesterday. I think I actually did get to 100 points at one point, but I'll be keeping an eye on that. As you guys know, anytime we see a big move like that, at least a tactic or strategy I use is using an anchored VWAP. So we'll be watching how Oracle behaves. Do we see maybe, a potential pullback from that huge move from yesterday? Possibly. So I'll be watching for that behavior. Could pull back all the way down to, it looks like 294, we'll call it 293.58 would be a 50% retrace from that move. I don't think we're going to go that heavy. Obviously, so much positive momentum, news, upgrades, etc. But I do think a realistic pullback might be close to the low of yesterday, right down to like 324, 325. So I may be inclined to, 50-50 if we start pushing. Obviously, we're at all-time highs here for Oracle, and it can break out. Again, just a lot of optimism around, their data centers kind of being subleased, we'll say, to some of these other big hyperscalers, along with the fact that they did manage to get their hands on a ton of NVIDIA chips, GPUs specifically ahead of time. Obviously, they're going to be part of Stargate as well. So there's just a lot of positive momentum on Oracle, but we'll watch that one closely today. I'll be also keeping an eye on CRCL from a stablecoin perspective. Want to see what's happening there. And then CEG, which is likely going to be where Micron pulls their energy from, just because I'm not going to say it's nearby, but it's within proximity. So looking to see if maybe CEG gets a response. Might be tempted to keep an eye on VST just as a sympathy play. Also, I'm getting pretty bullish on the rate cut. I think it's all but locked in at this point. So I'll be keeping an eye on IWM to see how that behaves this morning. Maybe we get a push into that 240 breakout area. So I'll be likely going long this morning on IWM, because remember I shorted that what was that, last week. But be keeping an eye to see if we get over this 237 print and hold it and push over 240, just because very, very prone to rate cuts and could be a bullish push there. Also keeping an eye on all the other chip sectors. So AMD right now 159 and change, looks great. Same with NVIDIA, and a few other names I'll be keeping an eye on today will be MasterCard. Again, I mentioned kind of where my head's at as far as I think there will likely be a reserve currency by the end of this calendar year. I don't know. Again, cue the disclaimer. It's opinion, not financial advice. But what does that mean for stablecoins? What does that mean for crypto? What does that mean for the dollar? And we're kind of seeing that across the board. So it's a little bit more of a speculative play. So we're keeping an eye on that. And then, of course, AVGO, its response to that news from Oracle, just look at it. I mean, it's following suit. So we'll be keeping an eye on AVGO as well. With that, I know we've got about 4 minutes before the markets open. Let's say good morning to everybody. Scott won't be in today or tomorrow. Bless him. He's going to have an awesome trip. Well deserved, I'll say, vacation. So we'll say good morning to Caleb. Welcome. Aggie, appreciate you this morning, leading us, kicking us off this morning. Andy, good morning. Anita, good morning. Ari, hello. Brian, CC's in the house. Dan, good to see you. Darian and my buddy Darren. How you doing, Darren? Talk to us about healthcare, my friend. What's going on in that space? David, welcome. Frank, always early bird. Did you make it early? Oh, Andy was the first one this morning. Well, shout out to you, Frank. Good to see you. Jay, good morning. JC is in the house. Lance, my buddy Lee is here. Good to see you, Lee. Mark, always good to trade with you, bud. And aloha to our friend Michael. Good to see you. Omri, good morning. Ralph, good morning. Seth, good morning. As always, yep, there it is. He posted, sure enough. Good morning. Steve C, good morning. Steve Ferris in the house. And then, of course, Vikas. How you doing? Vincent, haven't heard from you in a while, man. How you doing? And Zuki, good morning. Julie's in the house. And Shaz, welcome to everybody. Let's have an amazing day today. Look, I do think we had some PPI data come out this morning. CPI, PPI data came out yesterday. But fundamentally, we saw the initial move was down. And people were just like, yeah, we don't care, buy the dip. So overall, I do think there's a couple areas. Again, I'm looking at maybe, MasterCard to the downside, a lot of these tech names to the upside. So keeping an eye on the Qs, putting in an all-time high at 583.77 earlier this week. And actually, let me mark that here. 583.77. Where are you? There you are. And then before that was a 583. So it's 583.77, new all-time high earlier this week, but we were sitting at 583.32 previously, all-time high on the 13th of August. We're literally about to open right at that level. So I imagine we'll probably test that level, probably be, let's see, markets open a little bit. People might be taking a little bit of profit early on this morning, but if we get a big bullish pump, I will be joining the party for sure to the upside on several of these names. Especially in the tech sector. Apple, I think their new iPhone was kind of a flop. There's already some bad news there. So I'm thinking of names to the downside would be likely names like MasterCard, maybe Apple. And then if we get a pullback here on Oracle, which we're seeing here pre-market, I will be getting interested again right around 325-ish, possibly for the first entry if we pull back that far. I don't know if we will, but we're keeping an eye on that. So I may even target a small short position right at the open. In fact, let's do it 332 short. We'll do that right now. Post it. There it is. Come on, Phil. Why didn't it fill? ORCL under. There we go. We're in. We are in Oracle right before the open. So I will short it here, small size, 332. Looking for a pullback right around to the 325, and then I'll probably switch gears there. Keeping an eye on the Qs here as we open 583.32 market charts. That was a previous all-time high, and then we were at 583.77. So maybe we hit that, pull back a tiny bit, and then rip your face off, rally potentially. Guys, we're already up 2 points, almost 1.5 points on Oracle. Just small trade here pre-market. We are up now 2 points on Oracle. I'll add here. See if we get a pullback to the close, which is right around, let's see, where is that? There we go. Looks nice. Okay, I'll add here a little more. Looking for 328.33, which is the close. We'll get maybe an undercut there. And then, again, ideally down to like 325. So I'll take a partial here in a moment, y'all. First trade short on Oracle. Very nice. Let's see if we get it. I'll break under 329. Yes, please. Watching CRCL right now, maybe to go long here at 114.40 long. There we go. Put it out there. Let's see if we get on CRCL long 114.40. Waiting on the partial for Oracle here. Looking great. No trade yet on Circle. CRCL. Watching MU now. Let's see if we get a pullback here. Likely, I might have missed it, but 147.40 is where I want to get involved on MU. It might be too late. Might be pushing here. Notice just now on the Qs, we popped up to 583. What is that? 70, and then pulled back a bit. So again, maybe we pull back just a tiny bit, 582.5, and then run. Guys, taking a partial here on Oracle in just a moment. Beautiful move on Oracle. Beautiful. That'll work. We'll take a partial right there on Oracle. Amazing. Hopefully you guys are able to take part in that. Maybe we get the bounce here on Oracle, which is fine. I took 80% off, guys. We're in CRCL now. MU, I missed it. Here's what it is. Hopefully some of you guys are able to take advantage of that. I don't want to buy it here in this push just yet. Because at this point I'd be too late to the party, but hopefully you guys got involved in MU. CRCL, we are long. Let's watch NVIDIA here. I like it here. 179. Let's call it 180. 180. There we go. 180. We just got in. We're long NVIDIA 180. Over 180. Very nice. I'm going to put a stop on my Oracle trade right at 332 for the remaining shares. That'll be my hard stop there. Not a bad way to start the day. Hello, Michael. Yep, good to see you. What are you guys watching? Please post. Don't be shy. All right, yeah. Hard stop will be 332 Oracle, but looks great. Circle looking great now. Sorry, Clifton, quick shout out to you. I know I'm having trouble right now sharing my screen. So for those of y'all asking, apologize. It's a problem I'm still trying to fix on my side. Guys, I don't like this pullback on NVIDIA. I'll wait. But Clifton, can you share a screen if you don't mind? Thank you. Pull up CRCL, Oracle, ORCL, and NVIDIA. Those are the trades we're in at the moment. I'm watching IWM. I like it here. I actually can use an option strategy, IWM. Let me pull it up. I like 240. Let's put a strike by, I suppose we could do it by tomorrow, Friday. 240, they're 35 cents. Sure. I'll grab, let's do 20. Okay. Let's see if we can get filled here. Okay, we're in. Yeah, Oracle's looking great, and my CRCL now looking fantastic, guys. Let's add to this. I'm gonna go full size CRCL. There's Oracle. I'm gonna take another partial here in just a second. There we go. It's good enough. 325 print. That works for me. I wouldn't mind seeing a subtle undercut, which is right at the anchored VWAP, 324.72. So we undercut here. That looks great. If we start to bounce here, I may switch gears, like dump my short position and go long. And that's right at 324, let's just call it 324.80, 324.72. But right now I'm in the short position. Looks great, feeling good. That's fine by me. Beautiful, beautiful move, guys. We're up almost 10 points. And circle. Hopefully, guys, some of you took that. We're now full size. Let's get a runner on this thing. Let's see if we get a push. 118 would be great. But if we get anywhere near that 117 highs, high 117s, we'll probably take some off there. Looks great. CRCL, guys. Or sorry. Yeah, CRCL and ORCL. A lot of the CLs today. Looking fantastic, guys. Look at this. We are up 10 points on Oracle. Hopefully, guys, some of you took that trade. I'm going to take the last little partial here, and I'll put my stop right where I'm probably interested in going long, 324.72, and I'll actually put a long position above 324.72. All right. So there's my stop updated there, and then I'm going to post Oracle over 324.72. There we go. Looking great, though. I mean, fantastic. I mean, I could be done right now. 2 trades, be done. NVIDIA not looking great. We're down about a point or so. But circle, guys. I'm full share size in that thing. Let's see if we're in the high 117s like we talked about. Right where I'm going to get about 80% off here in just a moment. Let's see if we get a big push here. CRCL. Oracle looking great now. Jeez, Louise. CRCL, we should get a pop here. NVIDIA looking terrible. There's the CRCL move. There it is. 118 pop. Come on. That's good enough for me, guys. Taking 80% off that CRCL trade. We got, some runners. We're in it to win it today, y'all. Let's go. It's good to be back in the seat, having a nice green day. Oracle at this point, share size so small on the downside. It's fine. We took, majority of that. Look at, we're just taking advantage of the runner to the downside. Looking great. Just remember, 293.58 would be the 50% retrace of that huge move that we saw from earnings yesterday. Do we get to 293? I don't know, but if we do, fantastic. I'm more than happy to buy it down there, right? IWM trade working out. the options aren't really moving though because it's so far out of the money right now. But if we get a pop here on IWM, like I anticipate up to the 239 area, my options should be worth something. NVIDIA, I'm going to dump here. Small losing trade here on NVIDIA. No big deal. We've made a ton of money now on CRCL and ORCL this morning. Congrats for any of you guys that took that. Oracle now printing a 317 print. Unbelievable. Huge, huge trade this morning, y'all. I'm going to move my stop down to 321 on Oracle. Now Circle taking off, looking great. We got runners. Paying yourself first. This is the beauty. I have little to no risk now on these trades. Hopefully you guys are able to participate in that. NVIDIA did take us out, which is fine. So 2 out of 3. So winning day thus far. IWM now. IWM, guys. Here comes the breakout. Watch the boomstick over 238. Sorry, 238. We should get a big move now on IWM. Looking fantastic. We're up, what, 2 cents. I'm not too excited about that, but let's see. Darren, CNC for long, but it just tanked. Also watching MU. You missed it. Yeah, I did too. MU is the one I really wanted to get involved in. I just didn't anticipate such a huge move. Even 148, 149. Huge move. Huge move. Congrats if any of you guys took that one. And unfortunately, NVIDIA did the complete opposite along with AMD, right? So IWM looking great, though. AVGO pulling back. I might get interested at yesterday's low, 362-ish, 361. Let's keep an eye on that. And I'm also keeping an eye on CG. Low volume today in CG, so I may not play with that one today. Let's pull up AVGO instead. Now let's keep an eye on 362 on AVGO. Circle looking amazing, guys. Anybody take Circle with me? Anybody? CRCL? Who was talking about Open? Their leadership's coming back. I don't really trade those types of stocks that are smaller in dollar amount, but that's okay. They got some good news. Look at Circle now. I'm going to add a tiny bit here. Just a tiny bit. We already took 80% off the trade, guys, but now we should be in breakout territory looking for, I don't know, 122, 124, 120. I don't know. But what a huge move on CRCL, guys. Huge, huge move. Let's go. Jeff, you have a swing trade open on Open. You have a swing trade on Open, 470. Nice. Very cool. Vincent, yep, congrats. Nice, nice. Yeah, NVIDIA, pulling back. But now the Qs, look what happened. So all-time high, 583.77 on the Qs, right? Pull back. No big deal. Even if it drops down to near the close. We hold 580.27. That was the all-time high, the 12th of August. So can we dance around this area? Maybe. But clearly, I'd say stock pickers market today. IWM, though, looking fantastic, guys. We are up a whopping 6 cents. So, it's not a ton of money, but putting up a small chunk of change to reap the benefits. If we get over 240 on this, guys, I'm going to make a nice stack of cash on these call options. Let's keep it on AVGO around 362. Let's see how it behaves in that area. We'll probably get maybe an undercut into that 361 print, but I'm keeping a very close eye on it. CRCL now 120. You know what? I got to take some off here, guys. Let's see. 121 print. Looking great. Looking great. Come on. Push, push, push. CRCL. Let's go, folks. Let's go. All right. Just took 50% off that trade, too. All right. Looking great. Looking great. All right, guys. Give me one sec. Anybody get on the MU? Because, man, that is a rocket ship now. Look at it go. Very nice move on MU. I just was slow to pull the trigger on that one this morning and kicking myself. It would have been nice to take that instead of my small losing trade here on NVIDIA. But, man, what a move on MU. Circle now breaking out 122. If we get over yesterday's high, which is right around 125, we should rip. I don't know if we're going to get there, but if we do, we have, we get to take part in it in a small position. Still watching AVGO. Didn't want to short that one this morning just because I do think there's some love happening in AVGO and Oracle. So this Oracle trade, obviously, we never filled at 324.72, but I might get interested if we start turning around above 321. So literally, that'll be where my stop is on. I'll put my stuff down here. Okay. Yeah, 321 might be an interesting level. Let's see what happens. I mean, I'm more than happy to get involved even sooner. Let's see how we pull back here. Yesterday's low was what, 314.50? Maybe I could get in at 315. Close out the rest of my short position and then get in at 315. I'll wait. I can afford to wait on this one. We banked a ton of money on it. All right, let's keep an eye on the Qs pulling back here now. SPY not so much, but the Qs definitely. Guys, now a 316 print just hit the tape. Very nice on Oracle, guys. Very nice. Congrats for those of you who took it. Let's look around here. Let's find something else. 318 will be 318 will be where I get out of a short, maybe start looking at a long now. Circle, guys. Wow. Breakout is right here. And we're coming up on it. What was that, 124? 123.90? Guys, if we get over 124, this thing should take off. Okay, all out of the Oracle trade, guys. I'm going to get interested maybe for a long here on a bounce. And the same thing with AVGO. Let's wait on AVGO. But Oracle, maybe we get a bounce around here. Let's talk 318. 318. All right, I'm going to put it out there. Small size. So we're going, let's see. Here we go. 318 Oracle. Long. Post. Okay, watching AVGO. I like this push in the 362. Let's wait for the 361 print, possibly. And we'll nibble there if we turn around. I'm not gonna try to fight the tape. I'm not trying to catch a falling knife. I want to wait for the bounce. CRCL, folks. CRCL. Anybody in that? Jeff is in SMCI, y'all. Wow, Oracle. Unbelievable. No trade Oracle, guys. 318, no trade. And unfortunately, I closed out the rest of that position on Oracle. Wow. Wow. Okay, I'm a little more off of Circle here in just a moment. That's fine. Boom. All right, I got my 318 shares sitting up there on Oracle. Let's see if we get it. If we don't, that's fine too. But guys, just two trades alone. 2 trades alone. I mean, we still got a small position here on Circle. It's breaking out 125 now. Beautiful. And I could have waited for that push, but you know what? We got some participating, not all of it, but that's fine by me. We've got our 318 sitting on there, and then I'm watching AVGO here at 362.50. 362.50. I still want to see it undercut to the low session yesterday, or maybe not the low session. That's like right at the open, but like, you know, where we bounced, where it's at 362.30. But I can wait. Guys, Circle is at 126 now. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. You're going for it, Darren? 154 MU. Darren's going for it. Good luck, man. All right, AVGO looking good around here. Let's wait for the next candle. Maybe we get additional sellers. My options on IWM are just, floating around, not really doing much. At one point, we're up like 10 cents, which, $200, not bad. Guys, this circle trade is nuts. Just my runners alone, I'm up massive. Even after taking my partials, that's incredible. Okay, we're going to probably get filled here on Oracle on the turnaround. Let's see if we get it 318. Keeping an eye on AVGO as well, potentially for a long position, but do want to see a little more aggressive selling. Who knows? Maybe I can even get like a 360 print. We'll see. I'm going to pull up some call options here for the Qs as well. Let's look at the 583s for tomorrow. Excuse me. I like the 584s a little better, so let's go with those. There we go. $165, that'll work. Looking for a breakout over all-time highs on the Qs. SPY now pushing. All-time high put in just now on the SPY. So let's see if we get a return on that for the Qs. Okay. Yeah, if we get over, let's say $1.80, I'll double up on the call options here for the Qs. I should put those up. Let's see. There we go. No trade Oracle. Just have runners left on CRCL, call options on IWM, and now call options on the Qs. Darren posted 2 trades. Thanks for that, bud. SoFi over 26, Darren staking, and CNC over 35. No trade on Oracle, but man, that thing is tanking. All right, guys, I may regret this, but I'm going to take the rest off of CRCL here over 127 and change, which it's doing right now. Let's see if we get a breakout. If we do, great, but I'll wait for this candle to finish. We got a couple seconds left on the 1 minute. Let's see if we get a push over 128 now. There we go. Beautiful. Let's wait. Let's wait. Maybe a little bit more of a bull charge here on CRCL. Looking fantastic. We're going to close this out here in just a moment, y'all. Watching order blocks come in, looking fantastic. We're at 128.50. I'm out. All out of CRCL, guys. Wow. Thank you. Let's move our entry to 315.80 on Oracle. So cancel. No trade on the 324. No trade on the 318. But let's go in at 315.80. 315.80. I won't post that just because I want to. Mess things up here. Excuse me. There we go. We're in Oracle. 31580. I can't. Can I up? Can I do that? No. Here, I'll just post it on that one. We're in the trade now on Oracle. Small size. Trying to see if we can buy this dip. And I'll add over 318. Heck yeah, Dan. Awesome. Awesome. Yep. Congrats, dude. I'm glad you were able to take that one. MU though, I'm watching it. We're sitting right at the anchor view up right now, just 152 and change from the move that we saw pre-market. So I'm watching this level right now. See what we do here at 152 and a half. Coin now on the move. IWM should break out now. Very nice. We're up 15 cents on that, so up a few $100. And let's see if we can get. I may just do another ad at 165, $1.65 on the Qs. It's my initial entry on those call options for a 584 strike tomorrow. Okay, we just got added there. Beautiful. So we got 20 contracts for IWM to the upside. We paid 35 cents. We're sitting at 50 cents. So it's looking great. So far, so good. $1.65 for the 584 strike on the Qs for tomorrow. I want to see a breakout over all-time highs on the Qs. We're seeing that now on the SPY. The SPY's taking off. And I think it's all but dialed in for these rate cuts. And maybe we get some optimism around that today as we lead into the 16th, 17th, where those decisions will be made for those rate cuts. Let's see. Strong push down the SPY hill. Still keeping an eye on AVGO. We'll see how it behaves here. Yeah, Darren, I'm with you. So we got in. We're in a small size right now, 315.80. We get over 318. I will add to the position. That made my day though. Oracle, got in early, pre-market, took advantage. We added, and took partials along the way. So it's looking fantastic now. If we could get it on the upside move, that'd be even more amazing. Circle though, when we went full share size, that that was a good trade for me. I'll tell you that. IWM breakout should happen now. I'm watching 240 up nicely on these call options. Now we're having an issue with the 13th of August high was 583.32, right? And then 583.77 was earlier this week. Let me pull up when that was. I think it was yesterday. Yeah. And technically got higher pre-market yesterday, up to 584.77. So do we make the push today? I'm watching the SPY. I think yes. Maybe we get to see a bull charge into the 16th, 17th rate cut decision. And again, reaping the benefit. IWM looking fantastic now. I'm actually going to double it. So we'll go 40 contracts, 240 strike. So we'll move our cost basis up on those. The Q's now sitting at $1.75, so we're up on these call options as well. I may do the same. If we get over 583.77 with some force, I will just double up and see if we get a breakout, because then we're in blue sky territory. And then the question becomes, like, does 583.77 become resistance, or do we start pushing to the 590 print on the Q's today? Let's see. We shall see. I wouldn't say that the CPI data wasn't great. PPI data wasn't great. I just don't, right now, people don't really care, because I think they're getting optimistic on this rate cut coming up. Guys, keep an eye on Coin now. Coin making a move up to 320. Let's see what that looks like. Feeling great about the circle trade, though. And just need Oracle now to bounce. You know, maybe up to 324, which would be amazing. So almost 9 points if we could get it. All right, guys, I'm going to add to the Qs here. A little preemptive, but I'm going to double up on my position here. So we had 20. Now we're going to go to 40 here in just a second. Guys, look at IWM now. Sweet. Sweet. Almost 100% on these call options. Waiting on the Qs here. IWM now on the move. Anything over 240, I'll take literally probably 35 of these contracts on IWM. And then, of course, Oracle over 318. I'm going to actually put that position out there. So we'll go from 50 shares to 100. If it does, if it gets up there. If not, I'm not interested. Put a stop. 313.44. Yeah, 313. Hold on. 313.44 will be my stop on Oracle. So hopefully we don't get taken out, but I don't want to watch that one. It's just a smaller position. You know, 50 shares, not a big deal. Let's see. You're watching Tesla. Okay. So I saw MU up. Let me pull up Tesla. Let's see what's going on. AMD pulling back, NVIDIA pulling back. I don't know if that's going to be a consolidation. We'll keep an eye on some of those names here. Tesla. I don't love the 350 print. Like 350 to 352 has been contentious. So if it gets over 352, maybe we see a move there on Tesla. Maybe. Again, cue the disclaimer. It's not financial advice, right? Do what you want. Well, we just got taken out of our Oracle trade. Oh, well. Bummer. $1.50. You know, like $80. I don't mind, because my IWM trade nearly 100% return now on this thing, on my initial entry. So looking great. Let's see. What else should we be watching right now? All right, I'm liking AVGO here. I'll keep an eye on this. I'm waiting to see if we get an additional move to the downside in the 361 print. I liked it in the 360 print. I was just too slow on the draw there. That's fine. But if we see a consolidation here at the lows, then maybe we get a nice high flyer here. So Oracle, I'm going to just move off my radar for the day, guys. There's a fantastic trade to the downside. We gave back $80. Oh well. MU pulling back, almost giving up the entire move from the morning here. But just remember, we opened, or should say, pre-market was down at 140. We closed yesterday, so it's up $11, 11 points. Here comes IWM, guys. Let's see the push over 240 bucks. Let's go. Anybody in this thing with me? I mean, I'm using options. I get it, but looking great here. Yeah, very nice on open. Listen, guys, I'm going to step away for a bit. I'll probably be back. I take my dog to the vet, so I'm going to be back maybe, let's call it 11:30. So we've got the trades on. I'll probably stay away from AVGO from now, but I will keep an eye on it. I have an alert down at 360. In the meantime, IWM looking great. These call options on the queues. Let's see what happens. But I will be back. Give me about an hour and a half. I just got to take the pup in, see how he's doing. So appreciate y'all thus far. Let's see if we can reap the benefits of some additional movement here in the markets. Trade safe, but I will be back in about an hour and a half. We'll chat soon. way there. Seth looks like got into Tesla at 352. Up at 362 now. Very nice. Also coin, which let me pull it up. Yeah, the 320 was a nice push. Would it get up to 325? Very nice. And Oracle, looks like Vincent was looking at that. And Darren's still in Tesla long. Very nice. Where'd you get in, Darren? At 352 print? Yeah, I'm actually going to take some off of my guys. IWM call options are $1.10 right now, so I'm going to take some off here. And my Q call options also, I'm going to take some off of here. We're up 70 cents on basically both. That's pretty incredible. A little over 2,700 bucks on each trade. Not too bad. That'll cover the little surgery my pup needs. It looks like he's got a little infection on his foot, I guess. You gotta love it. Thousands of dollars for a pup. Unbelievable. Anyways, let's look around. What have we got? AVGO would have been nice at 360. Oh well, bummer. We missed it. I had to head out. MU bouncing a bit. Circle looking great. Yeah, unfortunately, we got out of that. Wow, we got up to 133 today. Jeez. We're out of that trade, though, so that's fine. Let's find something else. What do you guys think? What are we watching? Darren, you got in at 352.5, took a partial, then you re-added. Average price 358. Right on, man. Sweet. It's a nice trade. It's kind. You know what? I'm trying to get better at this, guys. You know, I typically keep an eye. I used to keep an eye on, like, I don't know, 20 stocks maybe in a day. I'll typically have 12 up at a given time, plus a heat map, plus, like, I'd say the standard, you know, SPY, Qs, whatever. And then I hone in on about 4 that I actually trade. So I'll have 12 up at any given time, but then now what I'm trying to do is get it down to 4, maximum maybe 8 in a day that I actually want to take a trade on based on setups. Like NVIDIA, I still think looks fantastic. The trouble is, it's like it's having trouble with 180, like, for the longest time. And that just tells me that maybe it's not wanting to make the move. I'm also watching names like Meta that are, you know, sitting up at 750 bucks. And again, it's all-time highs up almost near $800. But maybe we see some rotation out of some of these other big players where that optimism is slowly fading. I'm watching MasterCard. I really want to get into it around 595-ish for a short. I don't know if we'll get up there by the time I decide to do it, but I want to see how it behaves in the next, I don't know, let's call it the next week. And in between now and a week from now, does it shoot up to 600 and change? Great. You know, then I'll just wait for my opportunity. I just think that there's going to be some disruption in the payment space, candidly. Hence why we were long even today as an example on Circle. I do think coin is going to, one of two things. Either the pump is already baked or we see a dump on coin, only because I'm starting to get again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, but I am getting a little more bullish on the fact that we're going to probably see another reserve currency by the end of the year. And it may not be the end of the year. Maybe it's January, March, who knows, but it's coming, I think. And it's speculative, right? So anytime you have a speculative play, it's important to kind of keep your options open as far as, you know, I'd say either direction. And so anyway, I say that, I don't want to say tongue in cheek, but it is a bit of a challenge when I see governments now thinking of rolling out their own version of a stable coin or leveraging crypto. And right now it's not cheap enough. I think, like, a lot of times when you look at anytime you process anything on a blockchain, it takes a lot of compute and there's a fee associated to it, and it's not standardized or regulated on that fee substructure. And I think once they do, you know, maybe you see the rise of, again, why I've always been kind of bullish on Ethereum is it's the plumbing. And granted, do I think it's worth $4,000? It could be worth more. Who knows? But I do think that is, again, it's like copper piping in a house. You don't care about copper plumbing until you have a leak in your wall. You know what I mean? So anyway, all that to say, I'm definitely keeping a very close eye on kind of what's happening in the crypto space, because I think there's going to be a ton of volatility. And, coin, obviously, I'd say from a consumer standpoint, big opportunity for wallets in that space. And, obviously they'll be quick to draw like, hey, we'll have every new coin available, whatever it is. And what I do think is really, really interesting, which I don't know how it's going to work out, is it disrupts the Forex markets. We talk a little bit about equity, bond markets, Forex markets. Biggest market, Forex, bond market, then equities last. And obviously the equity market's massive, right? So what does that mean for Forex markets? Like if you're able to take a currency, let's just say current, like at the moment, you have to, there's a, you guys have all traveled, I imagine, but you have to convert those dollars or convert it from some form of an exchange. So whether it's US dollar to whatever, fill in the blank currency on either end, British pound versus euro, whatever, right? If you're able to do that with crypto and bypass that exchange rate and you get almost a 1-for-1, that is an interesting dynamic. So I don't know what that means yet. I don't know how that's going to play out, but you got to imagine the Forex market's going to find a way to get their piece of the pie somewhere, somehow. So does that become part of that compute cost from a fee structure perspective? So there's still a lot that needs to happen. But if it's within a given country, and let's just say every country has their own version of a stable coin, that could really be interesting, we'll say. That could really change some things. Obviously, there's a lot of opposing forces to that concept, but it's kind of happening right now. And I just kind of wonder what that means for, the power of each relevant currency in that regard. So is that the US dollar? Is it the British pound? Is it the, fill in the blank, right? So I think more to come. Obviously, it's a little bit more of a long pole in the tent or a longer outlook, but I am curious, like, what does that mean for volatility? What does that mean for markets, et cetera? So in the meantime, though, markets seemingly don't care, right? They keep pushing higher. And as you guys know, I'm all for being, bearish when appropriate, but bullish when needed. And when you see everybody buying the dip and getting optimistic, like, it's important to trade what you see, not what you feel. So anyway, let's see. Jeff, NVIDIA's weak today. I agree 100%. You're shorted? Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking more broadly across the markets. AVGO is down about 1% right now. Netflix down 2.6%. Palantir down a little less than 1%. Oracle down almost 3% on the day. Just watching this kind of live. Let's see. AMD, I think. Is that what I'm seeing there? What is that? Yep. AMD down. Looks like 2.7, almost 3%. Tesla's up 4.2%. United Healthcare up almost 3.5%. Uber looking pretty good today, up 2%. Very nice. Let's see what McDonald's is doing, up 0.7%. Let's see what we got here. Bigger mover. Thermo Fisher up. That's TMO, up almost 3%. And then we've got Philip Morris up. That's PM, up 2.19%. So let's look at the financials. JPM up about 1%. I'm sure up about 1%. Goldman Sachs up at 785. Guys, I might get interested in shorting Goldman Sachs at some point, but what a move on Goldman Sachs. My goodness. I slept on that one. I'm going to keep an eye on that now. Let me put that on my watch list here. Let's see. What else? Yeah, sorry about the rant, y'all. Just kind of a perspective, but kind of interesting. I know a lot of you guys were talking about Open, OPEN. Let me pull it up. Get rid of NVIDIA. Yeah, big move. They were smart. They brought in a new CEO some time ago. I don't know, it's maybe a month ago. I'm sure I could find the date, but they brought in a new CEO, which was a good move. And then they've just brought back some of their former leadership. And what's the interesting concept about Open is, I think what they're trying to do is obviously disrupt the real estate industry, but also look at things globally. Now, in the United States, you literally need a real estate license in every single state that you operate out of. So obviously there's collaboration efforts, across state lines and things like that. But for the most part, obviously regulations are a little bit different in each state, but it's kind of an interesting concept. So I wonder if that just makes the spirit of the name open. Is it finding people to put on a network that then become your referral counterpart in a given either country or state, or I don't know. So it could be kind of an interesting concept. But I imagine if that happens, that'll disrupt the entire space where now buying and selling real estate will, I don't want to say become commoditized, but it may open the opportunity, no pun intended, to realtors and folks in that industry to have customers that may buy, let's say, a property in Greece, but own a property in New York and own a property in Florida and own a property in California, and be able to support and serve that customer as being the center point of contact, but having people that you can operate in state or countries. Kind of just an interesting thing to keep an eye on, I suppose. Stock price itself, you could argue get in. That's one where if a stock price is that inexpensive, I would say, it becomes, at least for me, anyways, it becomes a little bit more of like, get a piece and just leave it there. But that's just me. Okay, not financial advice. But if you're bullish on something like that, only problem is like, yeah, it's up 68% today, but a 50% retrace is a 30% drawdown. And if you've got, I don't know, let's just say $1,000 in there, you could lose $300 off $1,000 on a blink. So that's a big reason why I don't like messing with some of those stocks. And obviously, sometimes it's a missed opportunity. So those are guys that do, I appreciate you sharing at least taking the trades and things of that. And if you do have any kind of research around that, post it, because I think there's an opportunity for all of us to learn from folks that trade both small, mid, and large cap stocks. So let's see. Darren Open is projected to be $100 stock eventually. You took the chance, Jeff. All right, cool. Yeah, well, good luck on it, man. I mean, I think it's a wonderful move, right? We were watching it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Aggie mentioned it or Scott mentioned it previously. But all right, we got over that $7 mark. It's gone. So good luck there. Let's see what else. Let me pull up. Trying to get caught up on an hour and a half of missed time here. Give me 1 second. Let's look at my other ones on the watch. CEG, did I get a bid today? Let's see. Not really. Pretty stale right now, CEG. Meta, I don't know. That's actually surprisingly slow, but let's look at maybe some of the defense names. LMT, guys. Just got some news on laser weapons. Let's look at call options real quick on LMT that expire tomorrow at 470. Let's see if we can get a decent price on them. Give me a second. 470. Oh my God, they just gapped. Bid is at 290. Ask is at 590. So $300 difference or $3 difference. Let's see if we can get something a little cheaper here. No way, I'm not paying that. 475. Yeah, I'll grab 10. Let's see if we get a decent fill. They're $2. Let's see if I can get something in the middle here. Can I get in? Maybe. Yeah, I kind of want to short Meta, but I won't, just because the Qs are making all-time highs today. So, and we took partials on IWM and the Qs, so I have a pretty small position left on both. From an options perspective, they expire tomorrow, so Theta should kick in probably in about an hour. And if we're not moving, obviously we're above 584 now, so we're in the money on the Qs. And at one point, we once we got over 240 on the IWM, I took some off. Let's just see what else we got, though. Let's see what else we got. Nah, you know what? I won't touch the Lockheed stuff. I think it's going to get a pop here, though. I just don't like how spready it is. There we go. It's coming down. Maybe I will get in there. We'll get 10 of them. No, that's going to risk $700. No, thanks. Never mind. I'll stay away from that. Too spready. Too spready. You're in NVIDIA short. Looks okay. Jeff, nice. Yeah, there you go. Let's set it, forget it. At that point, you didn't even look at it, right? You bought it what, $4? You said. Amazing. Let's see what. Just seeing some news hit the tape here on Amazon. Let's see what that means. Interesting. They're trying to optimize videos that require 50% less storage in the cloud. So what does that mean for like Netflix? Their costs could go down and their margins could go up. Let's do Amazon. 230.92. 230.92. It's a slow mover today. Not a ton of volume in it, but it's all right. 230.92. That'll be my afternoon post here. No trade yet on Amazon, but it's all right. Surprisingly, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the positions in some of these big names, NVIDIA and this, like, it feels like maybe people feel positioned. I'm kind of blown away to see Tesla. What a move. We talked about that one, I think, when it was dancing around 349. And I think I mentioned the 350 to 352 print is a challenge, but over 352, we get a move. And I think some of you guys actually took that by the look of it. So congrats if you did. I think Seth did. And who else did? Darren? Yeah, Darren did. Was that a level you were looking at beforehand, or did it help that just kind of chit-chatting about some of that? Always wonder, stuff like that helps or not. I didn't take the trade, but sounds like you guys did. Normally I go for like a warm tea. So I usually have that in the morning. Now I'm making like iced tea. So I have like iced tea throughout the day. It's delicious. A little bit of lemon. It's nice. Let's see. Yeah, AVGO, I won't touch it today. Just too much. I don't want to say it's even downward pressure. It's just consolidation. So on a day like today, I won't mess with it. Oracle had a nice bounce off the bottom. I didn't, oh well, bummer. But we gave back a little over $80 and we made a ton. I would say though, my trade of the day was Circle, CRCL. Oracle was a great trade, but frankly, I didn't have as much size as I'd like, so I'm not complaining. It was a nice victory. And then dollar-wise, I'm blown away how much money we made on the Qs and IWM call options. We doubled up, got up to 40 contracts, and it's a nice move, a couple $1,000 each. So anyway, good day overall, I would say. I'm not really interested right now in jumping into a position into the afternoon session. I may just take a glance at things around 3 o'clock today. Worth noting, SPY is at all-time highs, right? So, and the Qs were at all-time highs, but blue sky breakouts definitely can happen. Let's just be conscientious that pullbacks can happen. It just it feels like people are going to remain pretty optimistic until I don't know when the day's going to be. It's usually a week, I would say, but we're past the week now on that rate cut. So maybe into next week we see a little bit of a pullback in markets. So again, use your charts, mark them up, find key levels, so on and so forth. Again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice. It's just, as traders, we've got to have a plan. We talked a little bit about our plan this morning. It worked out brilliantly for many of us. So hopefully we're able to take advantage of some of the moves. But I appreciate all of you. And again, I had to take a couple days to myself, and Scott will be gone tomorrow as well. I will keep an eye on LMT. It's getting more headlines right now. And the problem is I just really don't like how expensive the spread is right now on the options. I could buy the stock itself. The problem is it's low volume, and it could move $3-4 in like a heartbeat. So I won't touch that one, but I will keep an eye on it. I just think it's a great stock. Let's see. You're watching Tesla over 352. As it touched there 3 times pre-market, and the week so far has put in gradual lower highs, and the daily has been showing higher lows for 3 to 4 months. Awesome, Darren. Cool. Yeah. So you had a plan, right? That's good. Love it. Love to hear that. I'll leave you all alone until tomorrow. Again, I'll take a glance, like I said, around 3:00 today. And until then, look, I hope every single one of you had a great day today. In fact, I don't know, Clifton, if you're still out there, maybe we could run a quick poll. It's tough riding solo, guys, so I appreciate y'all being patient, but maybe we just do a quick check. Clifton, if you're out there, on how we all did today. I see Jeff, you posted your green. Awesome. You're done too, Tesla. All out. Enjoy team. Speak tomorrow. Darren's out. Cool. Thank you, Darren. Appreciate you posting. Appreciate you explaining. That's cool, man. So, hey, look, the community, that's what it's all about, right? Whether it's me, Scott, Aggie, whoever it is, we can't look at every single stock, right? So if you guys have a perspective or objective or whatever, like, feel free to use the chat, right? Let's share ideas. That's what we're here for. And I always say, be respectful, be mindful. We're here to make money, treat it like a business. And, for those of you that are new here, I think we had a couple new folks today that joined, I think on a trial, if I'm not mistaken. Clifton is out there, but we're trying to grow, and we need to grow. Look, I have no problem trading all by myself, but it's a lonely business. And I think what I really, really enjoy about this is having this community, and really, really have enjoyed trading with you guys, and hope it's of value. So, get the word out if you can, but appreciate y'all. And in the meantime, trade safe. Cheers. God bless.